I believe we're live. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Thursday, December 9th, 2021 Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, the last one this year, we think. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the territory of the Sechelt and Squamish First Nations. We have an agenda before us. The agenda is going to be, oh, look, this agenda has page numbers. Oh, I like it. This is good. It's going to make my life easier. Do we have any changes, additions, subtractions? Is the agenda good as it is? If so, I'd like to see a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Any opposed? No, excellent. So, first up, we have a presentation from Blair Wallace from New West Gypsum about gypsum recycling in BC. Welcome, Mr. Wallace.
Good morning. How are you all doing? I'll just share my screen here. It's real quick, and then we get into some questions if we need to. That should do it. You can see that?
Looks good.
Okay. What I'm going to do is briefly give you like a really brief introduction to who New West Gypsum is, and then really talk about the challenges that we face in recycling drywall. I'll give you a real quick idea, brief history of New West Gypsum. It's a BC company. It was started in 1986. It's still family owned and operated. It started when Tony McCamley was faced with a ban on landfill disposal of gypsum drywall in his operation of a company called Cloverdale Disposal. We now have 8 plants worldwide. The biggest and oldest is here in New Westminster. We have Calgary, Oakville, Western-super-Mare in the UK, Valjours, France, Calais, Belgium, Germany, Norway. Soon we're going to be in Montreal, and our head office remains in Langley. And we're on track to recycle just under 500,000 metric tons of gypsum in 2021. New West Gypsum does. We separate the paper from the gypsum to enable the reuse of the gypsum. We produce 3 main products: dust, as we call it, or the recycled core from the center of the drywall. We make briquettes, and we make paper. What do we do with it? The dust itself, the majority is used by in the manufacture of new drywall by CertainTeed and Saint-Gobain in Europe. It's used in agriculture, blueberry, soil replenishment, canola fields, sodic soil recovery, stuff like that. We make briquettes, and briquettes are used in the concrete industry for making fast-drying concrete. And we make paper, and the paper is used in composting. Separation of the gypsum from the paper is key, and while others do recycle drywall, if the paper is not removed, the gypsum cannot be used in the manufacture of new board, as the board can't meet the structural specifications that it needs to meet. So, the challenges, because that's really what we're here to talk about, I think. In the 1960s and 70s, asbestos was used in drywall joint compound, texture coat, and in some plasters. Asbestos was never in drywall itself. As long as this asbestos is in place, like in your wall, in your insulation around your piping, around your flashing, and so on, it does not present a hazard. If asbestos is disturbed, airborne fibers are hazardous to workers, occupants, anybody else. Disturbance can occur when asbestos-containing materials are repaired, like you're drilling a hole in the wall, you're renovating, demoing, or whatever, and when structures containing asbestos are renovated or demolished. Asbestos is not a concern only at New West Gypsum Recycling. The concern starts way, way before us. We're just made out to be the villain a lot of the time. New West Gypsum does not make the rules. WorkSafe BC, Occupational Health and Safety do. All right. The challenges. US Gypsum Recycle cannot recycle asbestos-containing drywall. Why? Our customers do not want asbestos in their new drywall products. I don't think consumers and customers would either. Our farmers don't want asbestos on their fields, and our compost customers do not want asbestos in their final soil products. The presence of asbestos in dust paper would eliminate any potential for recycling. All right. So, what do? This is where you guys step in as you know at your transfer station. We separate the material into three streams as it comes in. We refer to it as dated. Dated has a manufacturer's date stamp on the back or the edge of the board. Date stamp started in the mid 80s. If you remember a slide or two back, I said the asbestos was used in the 60s and the 70s. So we see that they started date stamping, putting actual physical stamps on the boards in the 80s. So if it has a date stamp, it's new. Dated materials most oftenly sourced from new builds, renos, new structures, and so on. And it's about 75% of the material we see each day. Non-dated with analytical. So let's say you're doing a renovation of your old house and you've gone in and you've had somebody test the drywall and other materials to make sure whether there's asbestos or not, and it comes back, and it's usually from older homes. Often there's something called a hazardous building materials assessment, which we'll talk about in a minute a bit more. And asbestos is non-detect, or the company has come in and abated it. And our third product stream is what we call no ACM, or no asbestos containing material. So there's no texture coat, joint compound, or plaster on the board. And that's like my garage at home. I put the drywall up but never finished it. We rely on very heavily on our transfer stations, which is you guys and Campbell River and Ellis and Browmax and GFL and all these people to be our eyes on the loads coming in. The challenge at you guys at your transfer station, being sure what is being received. Is it dated? Is it non-dated but tested? Is it no ACM? Now, how does this challenge come up? Well, first of all, we need to reduce the potential that employees are exposed to asbestos fibers. My suggestion is we put the onus, and this is what my hope is, we put the onus totally on the homeowner, building, and the contractor before the reno demo starts for structures constructed prior to 1985. And use the BC assessment year built as a guide. So if you look at the top left picture, it's a room, needs renovated badly. The problem with that room is that the challenge is that the drywall joint compound may or may not have asbestos. The room looks old, but you don't know. And the easy method is find a date stamp. But in the room that you're looking at in the top left, the drywall's on the wall. And in order to get to see whether the date stamp's on the back of the edge of the board, you have to start pulling it off, like the guy in the bottom left. The problem is you end up, okay, if the date stamp is there, okay, that's great. But if the date stamp's not there, then it should have been tested before he started ripping it off the walls. And notice I'm not even talking about US Gypsum here. I'm talking about the reno demo in somebody's house. Okay, so you need to rip it off before you can find a date stamp. So the testing has to be done while the structure is still intact. Asbestos is a hazard to all who are exposed, and by the time the asbestos-containing drywall reaches your transfer station or us, many people have been potentially exposed to asbestos. So, make it a requirement of reno demo permits that a hazardous building assessment is completed. That's what I hope. It won't stop illegal dumping, of course, which is a concern, but it will stop and reduce the potential for everyone involved from being exposed to asbestos. So that means, with the demo rental permit stage, somebody has gone into the structure and looked to see whether or not there's asbestos potential in the structure before any reno's done, the demo's done, before anybody has touched the structure. And then we all know from the workers, the homeowners, the contractors, everybody knows whether or not there's potential hazardous building materials present. So that's basically my presentation. Um, I know you guys are concerned about things, so I thought I'd leave a lot of time for questions.
That's great. That was very interesting. I already feel much more educated than I was before. So I see hands going up, and we'll start with Director Seegers.
Thank you. So you indicated that it's actually not the drywall
Nope.
that has the asbestos in it. It's the basically the fill and is it stucco, the stuff that went on the ceilings? Is that what you were
Yeah,
indicating as well?
that beautiful ceilings that we all used to have. Those,
Right.
yeah.
So that's from the 60s and 70s.
Yep. Yeah, asbestos was banned from use in 1978. And by the time some of the inventories of the dry products and that were used up, WorkSafe uses sort of pre-1990 from years and years of analytical that we have seen. We have not seen asbestos in anything older than 1984. So,
Okay.
newer than 1984.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah.
So if it's drywall, like you said, like in your garage, has not been finished, they haven't filled the holes and whatever from the 1980s, and it has a date stamp, it's fine.
Correct. If it has a date stamp, it's fine.
Yeah, if it has a date stamp, it's fine.
And if it's never been filled or texture coated, it's fine.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty clear. Thanks.
Yeah. And like I say, the key question here, the key point is making sure that the homeowner. I'll give you the example of the person that we have the greatest problem here at the plant. There's two types of people that we have the greatest problems with. We call it the do-it-yourselfer, but the other guy is the plumber. Okay, and the plumber I pick on all the time. Why? There's a leak in the bathroom. He goes in and rips out the drywall and fixes the leak. Now he has the drywall to get rid of. He hasn't considered all the way along that the drywall that he ripped out is potential asbestos containing because his priority at the time was the leak. And now he's got it in the back of his truck and he pulls up here and, well, where's your analytical? This is from an old structure. It doesn't have any date stamps on it. Oh, now I have to go get it tested and all that stuff. That's us, and we get blamed for it. We're at the end of the gravy train there, guys. The guy who was, the plumber who was ripping the drywall off in his house, the homeowner has now got dust all through their house, and so on, are the other people who are involved, and we just get blamed. So,
Thank you. I see Director Beamish.
Yes, thank you. It was a very interesting presentation, Doctor. I really appreciate it. And do we have a copy of that that we can download?
I can send it to you without a problem at all.
That would be great because education, I think all of our building departments need to see that and have a copy of that and so they understand as well. And I know it's one of the reasons why that we in Gibson's have looked at moving older houses into the municipality. Basically have said, if they're asbestos free, if they've had that asbestos abatement, or if they're built now, we say if they're built after 1984, that we're not moving a problem into our municipality that's going to end up in our dump with a renovation, which is always a good practice as well. So I really appreciate it and thank you for the information.
No problem.
I'm going to go next to Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Excellent presentation, by the way. But my question is kind of, if we miss everything at the front end and it ends up at your doorstep and a load is rejected, how do you do your testing procedures when it, like I'm not even sure, like they're coming in a bin of some sort. And so what happens when it arrives at your site in terms of, if you have a 20-yard load, and there's one piece that's that's not dated, does that reject the whole load? How does that work? Thank you.
Okay, what we do with loads from transfer stations is they are put into, and if you were here, you could see we have 6 pods, and loads from transfer stations are dumped into those pods. I then, as one of my roles here, go through the material that's in that. If it's been declared as non-dated when it comes across our scale, then the company, you guys, whatever, would have provided analytical with it, and we will randomly take samples of it and test it. And if it comes back positive, then that's a load that needs to be abated. We contact you guys. You guys have to come and get it. If it is a load declared as dated and we find non-date material in it, we will test it and confirm that it is actually asbestos free. And if we find asbestos, then it's yours to abate. If it's non-date, if it's non-detect, then we just process it as non-detect material.
Thank you very much. Director Seegers.
Thank you. So one of the issues I think that we have and that you have is around what do we do with asbestos or the asbestos material. And currently, we understand there's Swan Hills where it can
Yep.
be taken to.
Yep.
That's very costly. What we're looking at is there any other location in BC? Is the government looking at setting up another location so that this material could go somewhere more local?
The CRD has an area of Heartland that they use for asbestos disposal. The city of Vancouver has a portion of Burns Bog that they use for asbestos disposal. The city of Mission's landfill has a small area that they use for asbestos disposal. As for a sort of a provincial approach, no, there's nothing. But I do know those 3 places do have their own segregated area for asbestos disposal, and that includes asbestos drywall. I know Metro Vancouver has a bagged program where Rona sells clear plastic bags that say may contain asbestos on them. They collect them, they put them in a Rabanco bin, and they're shipped into the States somewhere for disposal.
Okay, so the sites that you mentioned, do they accept product from outside their municipalities?
I do not know that. I can tell you the city of Vancouver does not. As for Mission and the CRD, I don't know.
Thank you.
This is why there's an asbestos smuggling network. Director Beamish.
That's why you find piles at the end of the street, too.
Is there a simple testing method that is used, that you guys use, or that could be used at the front end of the process? I mean, I'm thinking these days of laser pointers and different things that people can touch to a piece of product that says, potential or identifies the presence of asbestos.
Thermo Scientific has a laser-related gun. If you're a Star Trek fan, it looks like a phaser from the Star Trek days, and it will reportedly identify greater than 1% asbestos. The issue with that is our criterion in the province of British Columbia is 0.5%, so it doesn't meet that. I have talked to laboratories and abatement companies in the Lower Mainland. A couple of them have them, and in most cases they're collecting dust right now because they don't meet the local requirement, and it's kind of iffy if they work. But the answer to your question is the test right now that's accepted by under the regulation is called NIOSH 9002. It's a microscopic test. You submit a sample, they divide it up into layers, and they look at it microscopically and identify visually the presence or absence of asbestos. There's no other technique that's accepted under the regulation.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, I guess somewhat as a follow-up on the previous question, do you know of any landfills that maybe use one of those laser guns? Because even if it's only shows 1%, it's still a large deterrent for people to be cheating the system, because then they can, in fact, one, get caught, and two, if they know that their load is getting tested, they're not going to come in with asbestos in their load. So just as a deterrent, even though it may not work as an official test, I think it might be worthwhile investigating. What are your thoughts on that?
Uh, we have talked about getting one here and doing that. We talked about borrowing one and trying it, but that's all been sort of talk. They're about, last time I looked, they're about $3 or $4 to buy. I do not know of a landfill in the province that operates and uses one. Like I said, as I do know, BC Hazmat has one, and there's a couple of the labs and abatement companies that have them. But I don't know of a landfill that's using it. But yes, any deterrent that's put at your gate is the best deterrent there is.
Thank you. I'll throw in a question here. I presume the large portion of homeowners who are doing interior renovations do not apply for a reno permit. And that's probably true in most places. So what has the province done in terms of homeowner education? Do you know?
Okay, this is a really interesting line to walk. WorkSafe is given the job of enforcing the OSHA regulations in this province, and the only people that they can, that WorkSafe can regulate, is companies and entities. They have no authority to regulate homeowners. They do if the homeowner hires a contractor, but most cases they don't. Al Johnson, who's the vice president of enforcement there, did start a series of, or did initiate a series of radio commercials with some of the home renovation television people, who started promoting, if you don't know, check. If you don't know, check. That was actually looked upon by some as regulatory creep, and Al Johnson received some backlash for it, and so on. I know because he told me. It's a difficult thing because there is no provincial regulatory authority that has OSHA type authority over a homeowner.
Yes, well, we wouldn't be able to regulate them, but informing people is another question. So this sounds like another thing that can be downloaded on us from senior government. Director Hiltz.
Thanks. Yeah, so the responsibility is really with the regional district as the collector and the disposal. And so you're saying shift kind of the detection to the work site, the renovation, and you need a hazardous building material assessment. So
Right.
is that a block to a homeowner? Like, do you need a human being to come in there and do the sample, and there's a time element and the cost and the delays? And so is that a real barrier from people to participate, having that HBMA thing done?
Oh, what a terrible question. Yes, it is. It's a cost. Absolutely, it's a cost. And is it a barrier? I don't know. You got to ask the question: is if someone going in and they're doing a reno demo on a house that contains asbestos and spreading that dust all over the house, and that isn't that something that has to be considered? At our end of it, it's at the wrong end by the time it gets to us. But having someone go in, and we provide sampling instructions. The homeowner could go in, follow our instructions, take the samples, ship them down to the lab, and for about $50 a pop, have the analytical done, and then end up with a report. we share as much information as we possibly can. But having a hazardous building materials assessment done, they don't just focus on asbestos in drywall. They focus on asbestos everywhere else there is asbestos in the structure, which is flooring and so on. They focus on lead, lead pipes, lead flashing, lead wherever lead is, lead acid batteries in smoke detectors or alarm systems, mercury in thermostats. There's a whole series of other things that when it gets to your gate at your landfill, you might be worried about that are covered off in hazardous building assessment. But for the small guy doing the small reno, we provide instructions on how to take the samples, how big they need to be, where to ship them, what they need to sample, and then, then they know. Then they can provide their results to your landfill and to your transfer station, and then away we go. But is it a barrier? Is it a cost? Yes. But you got to weigh that against the human health risk that people are running. Again, one of the easiest way to figure things out, and we're talking to the Fraser Valley Regional District and Metro Vancouver, we had kind of a flood problem down here. There's a lot of houses that have a pile of drywall sitting in the middle of the living room right now. Finding a date stamp on some of it is probably a bit of a trick because you're going to take it out with a shovel, not with carrying it. And we suggested that WorkSafe think about using the year built date off of BC assessment. And if it's better than 1984, then we will accept the material as recyclable. If it's older than 1984, then the house would have to be abated in this particular case and shipped off. But there's your first cut. Is the house 1984 better year built?
Wow. Director Seegers.
Thank you. So you have that information down in New West. Somebody on the Sunshine Coast, where would they go to get information about how they do the testing, and where does the testing, how does that happen here? Somebody's looking at renovating their house. Is there information on the Sunshine Coast somewhere? And that might be something for our staff to indicate.
Well, two things I can do is I can provide you a copy of the instructions and you can circulate them to anybody you wish. We also have a list of labs that we have looked at and we maintain here. Most of them are in the Lower Mainland. There's some on the island, of course, and we will provide it. We're happy to provide anything that we have here to help the homeowner, because, like I said, this starts at the structure. It doesn't start at your gate or my gate.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Manager Cooper.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, the SCRD has a dedicated webpage related to gypsum and some of the testing requirements. We have a handout that can be viewed online or downloaded that has a list of companies that do abatement or that do testing or that do both. So it's a pretty good resource, but happy to take a look at the instructions that Dr. Wallace has offered up. And if they're not already there or highlighted, we can certainly add those to our webpage.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
I think last question for me. Thanks, Chair. It's clearly an international problem, and you're an international company. So is there particular jurisdictions that you see that are doing a really good job of this, that are like the model to follow? Thanks.
For the most part, as an issue, asbestos is ignored in Europe. It's not even a word that comes up very often. In terms of Alberta, it is more or less ignored. Ontario is a close second. But in terms of dealing with asbestos and so on, we are the strictest of all of our branches.
Thank you very much. I think we are going to move on with our agenda, but that was a very illuminating presentation, and I am now thinking more about the hazards in my home. Gee, I needed more to worry about. Thanks.
I'm sorry. And if we can be any help, contact us at any time. We see 160, 180 vehicles a day, from homeowners right up to transfer trucks and so on. And we train people. Your guys have been down here at our facility to be trained and so on. We're open and able to and willing to help anybody. So
Thank you. And we're glad you provide this service.
no problem at all. Have a good day, everybody.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Next up, I would like a motion to receive all reports and communications. Moved, seconded, all in favor. Thank you. The first item on our agenda is the Pender Harbor Transfer Station Site Assessment Results and Next Steps. And over to Ms. Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. The Pender Harbor landfill site has been in operation since the 1960s, with the landfill closing in 2015 and operations continuing as a transfer station. Almost all of the on-site infrastructure was constructed in the mid-1990s and has had only minimal maintenance since. Over the past several years, staff have noticed degradation to the infrastructure beyond the scope of available staffing resources. As such, in 2021, budget was approved to complete an assessment of the existing infrastructure, which also included providing recommendations for immediate and future repairs. The purpose of this report is to provide the results of the assessment and to provide additional context on the associated budget proposal that will be part of the 2022 Budget Round 1 Committee meeting agenda. Thank you, and staff are available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. We have recommendations on page 1, which include the dismantlement, is that a word, of the share shed in Pender Harbor. Are there questions? Director Lee.
The repairs to the share shed is $26,000, and you end up with a building, I believe, that would be good for another 20 years. Would that be fair to say?
Who wants to tackle that?
I can. Yes, it's 26,000, and yes, the building will most likely be in a usable condition for quite some time if proper maintenance would be completed in those years as well.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking for some clarification on page 2 of 4 in the staff report. It says that it's costing $57,000 to dismantle the share shed, and yet in the report on table 2, it says $7,500 to dismantle the share shed. So I'm just wondering where the discrepancy lies. Thanks. Table 2 of the report on page 19 in the PDF.
Manager Cooper.
Thank you, Director Ties. Taking a look at table 2, which is the immediate repairs, including the demolition of the share shed. That's correct at the 7,500. So it would, the staff report is incorrect. So the comparison is 7,500 for the demolition of and salvage of the share shed compared to the 26,000 to repair and continue the services. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking on page 3. At the top of page 3, it talks about items being dropped off at the share shed at no cost, and items not removed are disposed of with no tipping fees collected. I believe at the Seashell share shed, say that 10 times fast, when we had it open, we were collecting fees on items that were dropped off. So I'm wondering why there was the difference between the two. Was it just an operational thing or a flow of traffic issue? And do we think if we did want to keep that share shed going, that we could make some program changes to perhaps deter the drop-off of items that really aren't worth reuse? I know we've heard from Director Lee in the past that the residents up there really, really do appreciate that share shed being there. So if we've got an opportunity to maybe make some changes to the program and keep it, I'm fully in support of that.
Thank you for the question. There currently is not a, in bylaw 405, so that's the SCOD's landfill site bylaw, there is not a tipping fee there for share shed items. But if that is something that the board would like to explore or include, then we could amend the bylaw to include a per unit or a variety of different approaches could be taken to address collecting some fees for the share shed items. I will also add that there are many residents that bring in or historically brought in share shed items, and it was charged at the MSW rate as they're bringing in what's called like a mixed load. So if you happen to have a bag or two of garbage and you may have had one or two share shed small items, it would have likely come in at the $5 minimum. And then those materials, the non-bagged garbage materials, would have been placed into the share shed.
Thank you. And that was my experiences up at the Seashelt landfill as well. So that makes sense. It was being considered as a mixed load.
Thank you. Director Beamish.
I guess I'm very reluctant to take away a service that people use and appreciate. I understand the reasoning is that there are other options for buying or accessing used goods, but not necessarily in Pender Harbor. And I would certainly defer to Director Lee as to whether or not this is a service that this community wants to continue, because maybe there are alternate ways of looking at doing it. Maybe there could be some kind of a volunteer organization set up to manage the share shed open certain days of the week and looking at drop-offs and things of that nature to try to find an alternate and maybe drop off by donation or something. But I think that this day and age, taking away the opportunity to recycle goods seems to be going in the opposite direction of society.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in with a question of my own, which is, how do we measure the success of our share sheds? Like, do we monitor them? Do we have criteria for a successful share shed?
Thanks for the question. We don't have set criteria, but we do keep track of tonnage where possible. Although, as I had mentioned earlier, how the material comes in and comes out isn't often or able to be captured in our scale software just due to the small nature of the particular items. But that said, for the Pender Harbor Transfer Station, a 4-year average is about 2.5 tons of material in our tracking system were diverted by using the share shed.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple observations, actually, and then a question. Each load is reviewed by the scale operator before it goes into the share shack if you're taking something there. So they decide whether it's likely to be picked up by somebody. And they'll suggest you don't drop it there if they don't believe it's good enough. So that does occur regularly. Up in Pender, there's no place to drop off the big stuff. We have one place, the bargain barn, and it's very small operation. And so if you want to recycle, say you had a good dining table, for instance, you got to bring it to Seashelt, and people won't do it. They're more liable to break it up and throw it in the junk pile, which is a bad thing. We pay a lot of money to recycle stuff right now, and this is an opportunity for us to recycle stuff at what I consider a lower cost. So I'm quite mystified why we stopped the one in Seashell, but that's not my concern. But the one in Pender is because of the distance. It's very likely not to make a recycling place is the problem. But and my question is, did I hear that we don't have enough staff to operate the share shed in Pender? Because I know that we just made sure we had 2 people where we used to have one in a part before, so kind of curious if that was a statement that was made.
Thanks for the question. We do now have 2 staff that are on site during operating hours, as opposed to there was a 6-hour site attendant shift, as opposed to the 8-hour of operations. That said, we can't monitor every single load that comes into the share shed. So if the scale attendant is with a customer and the site attendant is up at the public drop-off area, and there's another customer or several in the yard, it's not possible to monitor the share shed. So that is likely what was being referred to. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, thanks. I think the question I'm about to ask is probably more prevalent to the phase 2, which is the more expensive one that the consultant recommends. But maybe for a future report regarding phase 2, maybe we can specify a little bit more as to which of these concrete lock blocks are sort of a cosmetic issue and which ones are actual structural issues, because I don't think our transfer station needs to be the prettiest, but it does need to be safe. So I'm just looking at the pictures. I thought that some of them were more cosmetic rather than structural. So maybe we can be a little bit more specific in the phase 2 report. Thanks.
Jim Rosenboom.
I would like to add that there are still an amount of lockbox available at the Seashell landfill for reuse. So they will be considered as at phase 2 as well. Thank you.
Okay. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I am reluctant to discontinue the share shed services. I'm going to go back to the solid waste management plan, which talks about reuse, and the share sheds are part of that plan. And with Seashell closed, this is the last one standing. So what methods does the SCRD have to demonstrate reuse in terms of its solid waste management programs at this point in time? Craigslist.
Okay, I see Jim Rosenboom's hand up.
Thank you. But I had a different remark. I refer this question to Manager Cooper.
Thanks for the question. So within the SCRD's solid waste management plan, it's a 2011 plan. Reuse in terms of programs or education and outreach really was limited to the share sheds, as well as we have some education materials in terms of a reuse directory that we have online, as well as through our sort of social media and outreach. For the next solid waste management plan, so the update, which is essentially a new solid waste management plan, that's where everything would be evaluated for inclusion for a whole new solid waste management plan. What are we looking to reduce? What can we reuse? So there would be an opportunity then for new programs or services to be considered.
Good.
But for now, we have the share shed and we have some education and outreach. Thank you.
Jim Rosenboom?
Just for the interest of the entire committee, in case the committee do not want to have the share shed discontinued, the share shed program to be discontinued, there's no need for any decision to be made today. The budget proposal already includes both amounts, and at that time, just the other amount can be selected to be included in round 1. Thank you.
That's very helpful. Thank you for the clarification. I'm going to jump in with a question here. I noticed that there are several references to damage from operational practices. In other words, were we destroying our own site? So what is being done about the operational practices? Thank you.
Thank you. I will take that question. We are transferring, we're currently in the transition to having a new site operator. At the previous Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, an award was a new contract was awarded to Celis Environmental to take over the operations of the site. And as part of that contract, we increased our operating standards for the operator. And I think that will address most of the historic issues.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, would the reorganization of the layout of the site make it easier to operate?
I think primarily safer.
Thank you. Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair McMahon. I would not be in favor of dismantling the share shed. I think whatever we can do to promote diversion of waste into the landfill or promote that secondary uses is going to be beneficial to our entire community, especially up in Pender Harbor. It's greatly removed from the other areas, and having lived up there for a number of years of my time on the coast, I can tell you that we use the share shed a lot, either to drop off things or to pick up stuff. So I think it's a great resource for the community as a whole, and would hate to see it discontinued. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Seegers.
Thank you. Question for staff. On page, now this will be page 2 of 4 in the report. Talks about phase 1 and phase 2. And phase 1 is immediate repairs, improvements, and engineering design, and phase 2 is future repairs. I guess I'm wondering how much, I mean, I did read the report, but I didn't go into the very minute stuff. How much of phase 1 will actually require that some of the phase 2 work be done as well? I mean, it's a small site, right? How much, so can we actually even really make that delineation?
I will try, or otherwise, Manager Cooper start, and I will take. Okay.
Yes, I can. Thanks for the question, and I'll let GM Rosenboom, he can respond. Primarily the difference between phase 1 and phase 2 relates to budget and also the timeline to prepare the detailed plan. I mean, that said, the board could choose to move the entire project forward in the entire budget in 2022. Then there's a possibility that some of the phase 2 work could be initiated sooner than 2020 and late 2023. Otherwise, the delineation between the immediate repairs basically has to do with the public drop-off area. So I'm just looking at table 1, the schedule of prices for the immediate repairs. All of those things are separate from the public drop-off area, meaning the raised public drop-off area, where there's the raised lock block walls and the railings. That is primarily for phase 2, and they can be done independently.
Maybe I can add to that. I think the other reason to phase it into is the current estimate for phase 2 is really based on it's a Class D, it's really high level. As we, as just indicated also by Director Thijs, the reuse of materials, the detailed design has not been completed yet. So the cost estimate for phase 2 is really high level. And I think it could be, we could end up with a phase 2 that's even cheaper, or during the design process, we could make maybe other design changes that even could limit the cost as well. So while in theory, what I hear you suggest, Director Seegers, is would there be a possibility, would it be beneficial to award it as one big project? Yes, however, we would still, on an operational level, we would still phase it out into phases because we don't know what the second phase actually, what kind of budget is actually required for that.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Sherry. I'm gonna follow up on the split between the phase 1 and the phase 2. And I'm thinking about the bear fence and the operations of the transfer station. And photograph 2 would suggest that the fence is in asset failure stage. I would say it's not imminent. It looks like it has failed. And so in terms of wildlife and bears and the operation, is the SRD in non-compliance right now with the state of the fence, I guess is the question, with the bear fence? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. The bear fence is fully operational in that it is electrified. So the repairs to the fence are to ensure that it stays that way, as highlighted in that photo. So it's being proposed to complete in phase 2 so that basically all the heavy construction work would be done so that the fence would be one of the last things repaired so as to not impact the fence. If we were to fix the fence and then do the heavy construction, there's the possibility that the fence could be impacted. But we're fully compliant and operational. Thanks.
So my follow-up is I'm looking at photograph 2, and I run an electric fence on my own property, and I'm going, that wouldn't work. So I'm having a hard time looking at this picture going, how is that an effective bear fence? Maybe they don't have smart bears in Pender Harbor. I don't know. So it was just, okay, so if you're saying that the fence is operational, that's great. So thank you.
I'm not going to follow up that one. Director Lee.
I forgot what I was going to say. I believe the bear fence initially was a public donation to the recycle or to the dump, and I kind of missed the bears. I remember when we just used to back up and throw her over the bank, and the bears were actually quite a local attraction. Yeah. Anyways, I think I'm quite concerned about closing the Share Shack because I've got lots of messages about closing it. My answer has always been that I'm pretty sure that it won't be closed. To me, closing the Share Shack sends the wrong message to the public about reuse and recycling. We've already closed the recycling center that we had in the transfer station. I'm not sure if that's the kind of message we should be sending to our public. I'm very reluctant to get rid of a nice big building like that when you consider the cost of building a new one. So I think it's a pretty good thing. And I do know the staff doesn't really like managing it. I understand that. But when I sit down and chat with them, they do acknowledge that it's extremely popular with the public. So there's that part of it. And that's just comments. I'll wait to see what the rest of the directors say.
Thank you. I'm just going to point out that we're almost at 10:30 and we have a riveting discussion about plastic bags coming up. So, Director Seegers.
Thank you. Just a question for staff. My understanding of what you said was if we want the Share Shed program to continue, there's no need to make any recommendation today because a budget proposal will be coming forward to round 1. So if that's where we're at, and that sounds like the consensus of the board, then I think we're done with this option or this item. Thank you.
Awesome. And the queue has disappeared. So now let us please move on to the potential use of transparent plastic bags, thereby bringing government transparency to a whole new level. Over to Manager Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. The SCRD is currently in the planning stages for landfill disposal regulations for food waste, food soil paper, and paper for both the residential and commercial sectors, with financial penalties to take effect July 1st, 2022. As part of planning for these regulations, staff were directed by the board to investigate how other jurisdictions monitor compliance, including the potential use of clear bags. Staff conducted a jurisdictional scan and found that there are not currently any local governments in BC with a clear bag requirement. However, many local governments in Ontario and Eastern Canada do. As well, staff reviewed SCRD Landfill Site Bylaw 405 and Refuse Collection Bylaw 431 and identified that currently residential collection is exempt from requiring the separation of recyclable and controlled materials. The purpose of this report is to provide information to the board regarding the results of the jurisdictional scan and to seek board direction regarding the use of clear bags as a monitoring tool and seek board direction regarding the current exemptions for residential garbage. Thank you, and staff are happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
I look forward to our conversation. I might add that this would provide an opportunity to find the drywall that people are putting into their plastic bags. So, Director Ties.
Yes, thank you. So I guess the intention of having the plastic bag is that if something that shouldn't be in there gets left curbside, but from previous discussions, it sounded to me like that's not something that was part of the contract with the contractor, that they do curbside audits. So I'm wondering if that contract can be amended or if it's necessary to be amended. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, and I'll let GM Rosenboom follow up if I don't fully answer your question. Our curbside collection contractor is required to comply with our regulations. So if the SCRD were to change the landfill sanitary site regulations, as well as amend bylaw 405, which is the refuse collection, that would remove the exemption for complying with that sort of sorting or removing those materials, then the curbside collection contractor, to the best of their ability, would be responsible for ensuring that compliance. Thank you.
Director Seegers.
Thank you. On page 2 of 9 in this report, it indicates the list of materials designated as recyclable or controlled in bylaw 405. I know there are other materials that are part of our contract with Recycle BC, styrofoam, for example, plastic bags that aren't listed in here. So would this actually be revised to include all of the materials that we currently require be recycled or separated from the landfill?
Thanks for the question. Current board direction is to add food waste, food soiled paper, and paper. So there is not current board direction to expand that list and include other recyclable items at this time. So if the board would like to expand the items to add to the recyclable, which would be updating bylaw 405, so the landfill sanitary regulations, the board can direct staff to do so, and that would increase the scope of materials. However, recalling the discussion at the time around what materials to include or not, there was discussion around service levels and availability to be able to divert those materials. So that's why at that time, the board decision was to keep it at the food waste, the food soil paper, and the paper, because those were through curbside collection, through food waste drop off, and through the depot for those folks that don't have curbside collection, that those were the most likely to be able to be diverted and have programs to accept them, as well as based on the 2014 waste composition study, those were the top items that were disposed of in garbage. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment on the other recyclable materials, and then I'll get back to my question. You know, I appreciate the idea of trying to ban anything that could be recyclable from the landfill, but not as somebody who has a vehicle and drives regularly, I don't consider, you know, the difficulties that may be in place for somebody who doesn't drive, trying to get, you know, styrofoam, glass, things like that to our depots. You know, Gibson's recycling depot at least is close to the bus route, but Salish Soils and Seashelt is nowhere close to a bus route if you're walking or if you're having to take transit. So I think it'd be really difficult for us to mandate that these sort of items must be recycled if the depots aren't actually accessible to people. In terms of my question, the residential has been referenced a number of times in conversation so far, but would this also apply to commercial? I know that quite a few commercial locations include compactors, and you know the whole bin is dumped at the face. So yeah, would this also be applying to commercial entities, shopping malls, retail stores, things like that?
Thank you for the question. Yes. So by putting in a clear bag requirement into SCRD landfill site bylaw 405 would require that all garbage that is delivered to our sites needs to be in clear bags. So it's not specific to a sector. So that would be public bins, parks bins, commercial bins, all garbage. Thank you.
I'm going to follow up that and ask what consultation we've done with commercial users of the landfill about the possibility of this requirement coming in.
Thanks for the question. The discussions around clear bag were brought up as part of the initial consultation or engagement that was part of the organics diversion strategy in terms of the landfill disposal regulations and what types of percentages and what would be doable. But that was several years ago. So this would be new to most of the Sunshine Coast. Thank you.
New and potentially surprising. Director Beamish.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about the 25% volume of privacy bags. Are we kind of shooting ourselves in the foot here by saying, okay, you can hide your drywall in one of these bags, but not in this bag?
Thanks for the question. So through the jurisdictional scan, we found that I believe all local governments who had put in place the clear bag regulation allowed for some type of privacy bag, mostly to address privacy concerns. There may be some materials that are disposed of in a household that, you know, they really don't want anyone else to see. So it's a way of addressing all of that. And then staff's proposal of 25% is allowing that regardless of the size of the bag that's used in a can or in a dumpster per se, visually, it's the best approach to be able to apply that compliance. So there was, again, a number of ways that privacy bags were implemented, but after the review, the 25%, so a quarter, was the best way. And using shopping bags, for example, would be, you know, one use of a compliance for a privacy bag inside of a larger clear garbage bag. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up comment that I'd forgotten to make the first time around, and thank you, Director Beamish, for raising the privacy bags issue, because I'd been hesitant to support something like this in the past, the clear bags and privacy implications. So the fact that other jurisdictions do use a privacy bag and that we're also looking to include the privacy bag, I'm much more comfortable with supporting this going forward. So yeah, that's just my last comments.
And I'm just going to jump in for a minute too. We have a lot of seasonal residents and tourists, and I can see some real challenges with trying to implement this in July, in the middle of our seasonal resident tourist season. Do we do any special outreach to tourism and seasonal residents to try and keep them up to date on our ever-changing rules?
Thanks for the question. Given that landfill disposal regulations are changing, whether that includes clear bags or not, the engagement that will be required in order to have the awareness widespread and also to understand the implications of the load as it relates to food waste, food, soil, paper. It will be broad, and yes, it would include the tourism sector. With the seasonal residents is the one that's a little bit trickier, but through community organizations, or rather associations, there's opportunities there as well.
Thank you. GM Rosenboom?
Thank you. In addition, you might recollect that a couple of months ago there was a presentation from Tourism BC here that they had a sustainability project, and we were collaborating them on in terms of water conservation. And one of their target audiences was the short-term rental sector on the coast. And I think further engagement on any changes in landfill disposal regulations could be easily added to that project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good opportunity. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would say this is bold. It meets our strategic plan of being bold first in BC to do something like this. And it's really about a lot of behavioral change. And I'm thinking, like, at my kitchen level change, I got a garbage can under my sink and it's in a shopping bag that comes from the grocery store and it's opaque. So I would have to change my behavior from the kitchen sink to the curb, essentially, which is, and the motivation to do that is a potential 25% reduction in garbage. So I think I could adjust, I think, with a lot of input and, but yeah, I think implementation is a challenge, but it's definitely bold, and as Director McMahon says, the transparency on how we manage our waste, rather than hiding it in a black plastic bag, might be a bold step. So thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. It's an interesting thing, but when you're on the bleeding edge, you tend to bleed quite a lot. First in BC brings to mind that we will be paying the entire advertising cost for the implementation, whereas if it was going to be province-wide, the education campaign would be shared by everybody. We could easily be a ship-out operation shortly, and there'd be no need for that because it's going somewhere else. And the solid waste management plan would allow for consultation, a lot of consultation, before the decision is made, whereas right now, we are deciding we're going to tell our citizens. And I've had the odd problem with that recently, so I'm a little hesitant. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Director Beamish.
Yeah, I'm hesitant as well. I see the benefits of it. I do. But one of the problem areas that I see is take, for example, municipal garbage cans. They are constantly used and filled by residents. And we have no control a lot of what goes in those because we're out of sight, out of mind. We could put a clear garbage bag into the municipal garbage can, but it's going to be filled up with household catchers and bags from the shopping center. Heather and I were in the ferry lineup a couple of weeks ago, and guy got out of his car, opened his trunk, grabbed a couple of plastic bags, and I said, "That's his garbage." And sure enough, he walked across the front of our car over to the BC Ferry's garbage pail and put his household garbage in their garbage pail, got back in his truck and went away. That happens a lot. And our garbage pails are continually filled by household garbage. I used to attribute it to short-term rentals, B&Bs, different things. People want to get rid of their garbage on the way to ferry. I can't imagine asking our staff to have to go through that, open those opaque bags, and dump it into the garbage stream. And I just see that that's going to be a problem that I would rather not be looking at implementing in 2022. Let the next mayor in 2023 implement it. Thank you.
Thank you for your candor, Director Beamish. Director Seegers.
Thank you. So we got a few issues in front of us. We have a landfill that's going to be full soon. Yes, we would be shipping out our material that is designated for landfill, and that's going to cost us. So if we can reduce that amount that needs to be shipped out, our cost will be less. I guess what I see is if our operator is charged with managing this at the curbside, if they get charged because they've taken something to the landfill that they shouldn't have, they will charge that back. I mean, I think that's in our contracts, that they would charge it back to us as a municipality. I mean, and the next thing is they just don't pick it up. So if people don't do what, I mean, I get Director Hiltz's comment. I mean, I'm thinking of what I do, and we're going to have to change our whole process as well. But then the other piece I'm not clear on right now is where are we with regards to commercial? What's allowed, what's not allowed? How does that play into here? And if we're looking at implementing something like this, then I don't see why we don't include the other items that are supposed to be recycled. Right? Like I mean, I keep thinking of these big styrofoam things that come, somebody buys a new TV and it's got styrofoam around it, or where does that, if we don't say that you can't take that to the landfill, those are still going to the landfill. That would be allowed in a clear plastic bag. That doesn't seem right to me. So I don't know how we deal with this.
Okay, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. One thing with something like styrofoam or any of the residentially recyclable materials is if you're in a business environment, we don't have the ability to take that to the depot. You know, if I get a new printer for my store and it comes in a styrofoam packaging thing in the cardboard box, I can throw the cardboard in the cardboard dumpster, no problem. But the styrofoam has to go home with me and then go to the recycling depot as part of my residential drop-off. So if we change this bylaw, it's going to stick commercial customers right in the middle of a place where they can't get rid of their waste right now unless they smuggle it home and into the residential waste streams. One thing that does dawn on me with the privacy bag of up to 25% volume is that if you're a zero waste or a near zero waste household, the privacy bag might be the only bag you're putting out. So I'm not sure that, saying 25% is the way to go. If we just say, may include a privacy bag of up to X liters. Because, it's easily overlooked if like the occasional pickup on a street is only a privacy bag. But if we're trying to encourage people to recycle more and reduce, we're going to be moving to a point where theoretically the only garbage we put out should be the privacy bags. At which point you then need to stuff the can with another 75% of leaves and rocks to get to be able to justify that 25%. So I don't know what the best approach here is, but maybe it's a privacy bag of up to X liters.
Director Ties.
You make a good point there, Dr. Toth. I see a clear benefit for, pun intended, of using the clear bags for a curbside pickup. But I do see some issues around ICI. I do see some issues around public disposal. The town of Gibson's, I think, has some public waste bins as well as Seashell. So I see some issues around that, and I don't know if we can hold those loads to a different standard than the curbside pickup. So I think there's some considerations that need to be made here, and I don't know if we're ready for that at this point. I do like the idea of a clear bag, but I also do want to feel like the public has been consulted, and I don't think that's been done either at this point. So I don't know how we would go around about that, but I do feel like this should be a sort of a buy-in rather than a mandate, and just so that we can communicate ahead of time rather than forcing it down their throats. Those are just some of my thoughts.
And I'm going to agree with Director Ties. I'm concerned about the timing. I would like us to be able to provide reliable garbage pickup for some period of time before we start implementing more changes that may be challenging for people to deal with. One of the issues that was raised when we went to biweekly garbage pickup was households that have diapers, because that is a considerable volume and a considerable nuisance factor. And then I would also be interested in some further conversations with the contractor, because each of the areas that's picking up garbage is doing it differently. And now Seashelt has implemented a new garbage pickup system that I believe involves the lift, right? Lifting the cans. So how are the operators going to inspect the cans if they're lifting them automatically? So I'm not against this, but I feel like there's a lot of details that need to be considered, and more consultation certainly with the commercial sector. So, Director Pratt.
Thanks, Chair. Is it consultation that we're looking for, or conversation? I know, Director Ties, you mentioned the top-down approach, but at some point we have to do this. I'm in favor of this. I understand what Director Toth is saying too, that we do have a number of households on the coast that are already approaching zero waste or are already achieving it. So having maybe a privacy bag volume is fair, because we do have diapers, feminine hygiene products. However, that would be it would be necessary, or other items to be in that privacy bag. I do think we do need to bring the commercial sector in a little bit more on the conversation. I am concerned about that. I also see that as being more of an advocacy route as well with Recycle BC, because we have that couple of glitches there in their policies and in their mandate. And I'd like to see some more movement on that on the provincial side, to include commercial with our in communities such as ours, in the descriptions, as we've heard from Director Toth, with small business owners. A lot of our business owners don't technically fit under the residential collection, and technically, if you're running a business out of your home, are you really, so I do think we need to have some more conversation with the commercial sector. However, I don't want to put this on to a next board or a next election. This needs to be done now. Our landfill is is almost full, and we don't have a plan. We don't have a finalized plan yet for what we're doing after. So we're still in that process, and we know that's going to take time. So whatever we can do to encourage all residents to recycle, to bring things to the depots, to divert, to not use, whatever we can do for advocacy at the province. I don't want to delay this to 2023. I don't want another board dealing with this, or other mayors, other directors. I say we move forward, but we're going to need to look at a very concerted communications plan around this, and potentially I would suggest to staff, do we need to have additional budget numbers in for additional consultation process on this? Especially seeing, as Director Hilt said, first one out of the block, we don't have the materials from other jurisdictions in the province to rely on. So we're going to be doing a lot of this on our own, and it doesn't scare me, but at the same time, we do need to make sure that we've properly budgeted for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Pratt. Director Seegers.
Sorry, I'd like to hear from staff about the consultation piece and budget.
Sorry, GM Rosenboom, I missed you.
No problem. I wanted to answer this question anyway. I hear what I hear from just listening to the conversation is that I hear that there could be a desire by the committee to implement a ban, and that there is a desire for further discussion with the community, residents and commercial, and maybe even member municipalities on how to do it. And so I see that more as an implementation and communication plan. And we're more than willing to work with the other local governments, especially in the eastern side of Canada, how they implemented it, what they do with the same issues as the municipal garbage bags, garbage can, what kind of approaches they're taking, to learn from them, to further that conversation with them, because they've already went there 20 years ago, last year, this year. So let's learn from those. If there's a desire, staff, and if there would be an opportunity for a break, staff could reconvene and see what that would mean in terms of the recommendations, in terms of the wording, so that we can actually advance the project and develop an implementation and communication plan, and see if there's any financial implications as well associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm also going to add that the timeline of trying to do this by July the 1st seems ambitious to me, although I think you hear that there's a lot of interest in this at this table. Director Seegers? Thank you.
To Director Toth's comment about, the size, the 25%. I mean, I know that, my husband and I, since we've been doing organics, like taking organics and stuff out, I mean, in 2 weeks we get a small bag like this big. That's it, right? So most of it is personal. And then yesterday, when I was at the District of Seaside Municipal Hall, I was heading down for our meeting and went by the front desk, and there was a local resident who has, I think, about a 10-year-old son, young son, who is special needs. And she came in to buy additional garbage tags because of diapers, right? So I don't know how we deal with the 25% inside of that. I don't know if it's realistic or not. I don't have enough information to be able to move something like that forward now. I like the idea of mandating the separation. I would like to see more products included, but again, I don't know the impact on the commercial. I think there's more information that we need. So if we could take a break, I think staff could look at how could they reflect that in some recommendations that we can move forward. Because I think this is the direction we need to go. I think we need more thought behind it and more work behind it. Director Beamish?
Town of Gibson has a separate contract with a garbage collector and a garbage hauler, so we don't actually come under this bylaw as far as I know, other than perhaps a landfill bylaw. How does this affect the town of Gibson's?
Thanks for the question. Garbage from the town of Gibsons would be subject to bylaw 405, the landfill sanitary site bylaw, but not 431, the refuse collection. So any changes made to 405, the landfill site bylaw, if the recommendations that are in this report get adopted, then all residential garbage collection would need to comply with the recyclable and the controlled. Right now, the SCRD does not have such regulations, although the town of Gibsons does. So this would just further support what the town of Gibsons already has in place, because each local government can put in their own bylaws related to their curbside collection services that could be mirror the SCRD landfill site bylaw 405, or could be in advance to it. So each local government could add additional items or that they would not like residents to dispose of, but that are not necessarily included in bylaw 405, the landfill site bylaw.
We do have the bylaw, and we don't have the clear bag portion of that, of course, so we have a contract, but it's not a popular thing with some residents. I was recently called a piece of effluent because of that, and which wasn't a pleasant conversation, I can assure you, but it is one of those things that people need. Some people don't have access to the recycling, and so that their stuff still goes into the landfill, which is unfortunate, but nevertheless, it creates emotional issues for people. So it's a challenge.
Thank you. And having gone through a recent period of discontent with garbage, it certainly is an emotional issue, and I certainly got a lot of phone calls and emails about it. It is 11 o'clock. Perhaps this is a good time to take a 10-minute break and regroup and figure out where we're going next. Hello and welcome back to the Infrastructure Services Committee of Thursday, December the 9th, 2021. We were having a lovely time with item number 4 on the agenda. I'm just going to go over to GM Rosenboom for his suggestion on how to move forward with this.
Thank you, Chair McMahon. Staff are suggesting to, we have some, based on the previous discussions, we have some ideas on how to change the recommendations to reflect the previous board decision. For the purpose of, instead of scrambling here on the fly to wordsmith them, my recommendation would be to pause the discussion on this item and move it to after the report 8 and complete it at that time. That would allow staff to prepare alternative recommendations and send it along to the directors for their consideration.
Good. That sounds good to me. We're going to be scrambling a little bit today because we have another meeting at noon. So we may have to take a break anyway and resume perhaps at 1 o'clock. So we'll see how far we get. So I'm going to move us on to item number 5, Pender Harbor Transfer Station Food Waste Drop-Off Program Update and Next Steps. Over to Manager Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Food waste drop-offs are an initiative of the SCRD's Regional Organics Diversion Strategy to support landfill disposal regulations for food waste that is pending July 1st, 2022. The current board direction is to implement 1 food waste drop-off at the Pender Harbor Transfer Station. The purpose of this report is to provide an update to the board regarding the implementation of the food waste drop-off program at the Pender Harbor Transfer Station and seek board direction on next steps. Thank you, and staff are available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. And when we're talking about direction, one possible direction might be to ask staff to create a budget proposal for a pilot project. So I'm looking for somebody to put up their hand. Director Tice.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious if any of those RFEIs had an option of doing on-site, I guess, on-site treatment of the food waste, or if all of it was an export to, I guess, Sailor Soils or somewhere else. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. The request for expression of interest outlined to keep it local to the Pender Harbor area. So that was a requirement to submit for the request for expression of interest. And there were 2 responses. So then the next step would be to issue a request for proposal with a similar parameter. However, we cannot do so without having a budget in place for such a program. So then therefore looking for the direction to bring forward, a 2022 round 2 budget proposal for a food waste drop off at the Pender Harbor Transfer Station or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Seekers.
Sorry, I turned on the wrong microphone. I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to prepare a 2022 round 2 budget proposal for a pilot project and develop the request for proposal.
And I see that that is seconded. Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Just sort of a general question around us doing a budget proposal and going out to RFQ. Is there the ability to be fairly flexible in the way the RFQ is built? And where I'm getting at is, one proponent might offer to install an industrial-sized composting facility on our transfer station site, whereas another one might say, hey, I'll haul it up to Egmont and process it on a piece of land that's up there. I'm just wondering, because that's going to have impacts on what we're looking at in terms of a budget for a program like this.
I see GM Rosenboom's hand is up.
Thank you for the question. Yes, it will be, for that region, it won't be an RFQ. where it's really defined what we want. It will be an RFP, which will be really outcome driven. This is what we want, and we want a proposal to how to implement it.
Thank you. Director Pratt.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we need to have some clarity regarding small business because we do have some resorts and restaurants in the Pender Harbor area that I know some of them have were when Direct Disposal was doing food pickup in the Pender Harbor area and processing in Seashelt, they were servicing some of these larger businesses. So they're not really small business. So I'm just wondering on what the parameters are, small versus large. Like, is it volumetric? Would it be the size of like how many employees, et cetera?
Thank you for the question. As part of previous board discussions and direction from last year, the 2021, or actually I guess this year, 2021 budget process, it was determined that it was for residents and small businesses with a volume restriction of 50 liters.
Right.
That's on the background, and there's the resolution number as well. So that's the current board direction for the parameters of the food waste drop-off for Pender Harbor.
Okay. Thank you, Manager Cooper. Thank you for reminding me of that. I'd forgotten about the 50-liter piece. I know because I used to work at a resort for a number of years up there, and there was definitely more than 50 liters that was diverted previously. That has been landfilled since then because they weren't part of the process. So. And it would be very easy for them to once again implement a food diversion program. So I'm going to have to wrap my head around that a little bit, and maybe it becomes again to the larger commercial entities, right? So yeah, sorry, I'm just going to need to wrap my head around it a bit.
Thank you, Director Seegers.
Thank you. I think as part of the information getting out to the community, I would anticipate that we may have some businesses stepping up and looking at providing this type of service to the commercial businesses. Because if there's a ban, they know that people are going to have to deal with it somehow. And I think there was at least a couple of different organizations on the coast here, a couple of different businesses who would potentially step up and provide this. And I think that'll be part of the conversation in the community that'll happen over the next month or two.
Thank you. I see no further hands, and having looked down towards the area A end of the table, seeing no hands, I'm going to call the question on the motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much. That goes forward. All right, 2022 water rate structure review process, which is item 6 and Annex D. Helps if I can find my own page number. And I believe we're over to Ms. Edbrook, or is GM Rosenboom going to take this one?
If IT can allow Mia to join the meeting, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Or is the chair, McMahon, are you able to, as co-host, able to promote her? Yep, thank you.
Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity. The purpose of this report is to present a potential process for a water rate structure review. In 2019, the board directed staff to review the water rates and regulations bylaw 422, including a review of water conservation provisions. Since that meeting and that resolution was made, funding for water meters in the Seashelt area was approved and are scheduled for installation in 2021. This will result in a fully implemented water meter system, and the SERD could begin exploring new options for a rate structure where residents pay for the water they use, similar to commercial users, instead of a flat rate. The proposed process would begin with phase 1 in 2022. This would provide an opportunity for the public to give early feedback, ask any questions, and raise any concerns about the potential implications of changing the current residential water rate structure. And this report supports a budget proposal for phase 1 that will be put forward at next week's budget meetings. Once the water meter installations are complete and staff have worked towards leak resolution and started gathering data at the new metered properties, the next step would be a proposed phase 2, which would include rate setting and bylaw development. And later on, should the SERD board approve any bylaw changes, there would be a phase 3 implementation. So the budget proposal is only for phase 1. This process, as presented, would begin in 2022 with an anticipated completion in 2024. And with that, we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I see Director Ties.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that report. I personally am in favor of everything that's seen there, listed there. The one thing I want to emphasize is the recent discussions we've had with WASAC and their desire to actually be constructive rather than reactive to what's going on. So I would advise that any kind of proposals by staff should be preempted by an open discussion or at least a guided discussion with WASAC so that their input can be put forward before the report goes to the board. That's sort of, I think we heard that loud and clear at the WASAC level. And I also think that consulting with organizations like the One Straw Society would be something that should be done before any kind of reports go to the board for the first time. I think that will get a lot more buy-in in the long run and is a good start to the public engagement process. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Seegers.
Thank you. Director Ties touched on this, but if you look under phase 1, it talks about residential properties, including single detached, multi-home, multifamily, and commercial properties. Doesn't necessarily delineate for farms or food growing, facilities or whatever. And I don't know what that would look like, but I think we need to have that as we need to be conscious of that and ensure that that's included in how this is put forward. Thanks.
Thank you. GM Rosenboom.
Thank you, Chair. As a follow-up on the remarks from Director Thijs, the committee, of course, has the ability to refer this report to WASAC for their consideration and discussion and input in terms of next steps.
Director Ties, do I hear a recommendation coming from you?
Yes, I'll make a recommendation that this report be referred to WASAC and that further discussion will then be sought. Thanks.
And it's seconded. Thank you. I think I'm going to call the question on this unless Director Lee had something to say on this topic. So, no. All right, I'm calling the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Nobody's opposed. Wonderful. Thank you. Headed for WASAC. Director Lee, did you have anything further, or are we good to go on this?
I was looking for the right button. No, I just wanted to be sure that we sent it to WASAC and we specifically asked them for their comments, not as an information item, but yeah. Please provide comments. And I did have a question. It's, will we have the software in place to support this? Or is this a paper exercise?
Over to staff.
Thank you. Tina, I see.
Yes, thank you. So there's multiple steps before we actually come to the point that we actually have a rate structure in place. And so essentially, whatever rate structure, whether it's volumetric, et cetera, we would have to then see how our current existing financial systems could accommodate that. We do have volumetric rates that are being charged to industrial users. So we already do volumetric type of stuff. So again, the analysis will not predetermine. It is likely we will go to volumetric with meters, but again, that's part of the analysis. There's also several other components that need to be reviewed as part of this, such as what our, asset management capital requirement needs, what our financials. So all of those are in tandem. So like mentioned by Manager Enbrook, we definitely do need to tackle phase 1 first and then continue to review it. So the answer is yes, I do believe our financial systems can accommodate this.
Thank you. Director Lee?
That is good news, but my question was more along the lines of the operations software and the one that collects the data, crunches it, sends the bills, notifies the customer. It's that software I was referring to.
So is it in regards to us tracking usage? And then similar to a BC Hydro type of bill, is that what you're referring to? So that I believe is being investigated as well with the current metering and software provider. And we are not the only local government who's exploring that with them. So hopefully by the time that gets rolled out, we'll be prepared when the vendor has some options for us.
Thank you. That was the answer I was looking for. Great.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think we can now move on to item 7, Annex E, in which it seems as if the great saga of the Roberts Creek Co-housing wastewater treatment plant may have a happy ending. Over to staff.
Manager Walkie is in the gallery. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So it's like you've had an exciting morning with landfill and now on to wastewater. The Roberts Creek co-housing wastewater treatment plant has been getting a lot of attention lately, and staff are feeling positive about the progress that we've made. After our initial tank pump out inspection, we noted more deficiencies, which required a second pump out and further work. And as previously noted in past meetings, septic pumping and disposal is very expensive, and a large proportion of the funds of this budget have been used for those expenses. As noted in Appendix A, a variety of improvements have been completed, which includes modifications to piping, pumps, the media cover, and also a good inspection and cleaning of the tankage. This project has been a utilities team effort with many varied contributions from design to purchasing to planning to implementation, but I would like to take this moment to thank one staff member, Ron, for entering the sewage chambers and completing the internal tankage work. It was not a very nice job to be tasked with. Due to the second pump out and additional deficiencies found during the inspection, we were unable to complete the work in the initial budget of $30,000. The Roberts Creek Co-housing Group is very involved and very proactive with the need to reduce their impact on the environment, and they're very supportive of all the improvements that are taking place. To that end, the Co-housing Group has offered to contribute a $15,000 donation to complete the work and to ensure their reserves and current rates are maintained. In 2022, staff will continue with their quest to overcome the challenges with this plant, complete the remaining improvements, and look forward to receiving the lab tests with improved effluent quality results. So if you have any questions regarding this project, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Ties.
Thank you, and yes, thank you, staff, for this continuing close involvement with the co-housing. And the only question I have, just a clarification question around whether the $15,000 donation will in fact impact the capital asset management plan that was presented at the last ISC meeting, or whether that is separate from it.
Thank you.
I don't believe it will affect the asset management plan as it's a donation. I don't think this value was included in that plan, and the donation will fund the changes.
Okay, so the rates don't change from that we were presented with last month. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, I'm happy to move the recommendations as listed on page 54, 52. Where's the page numbers?
It's 52.
Oh, okay, 52.
Do we have a seconder? Yes, I see a seconder. Awesome.
No, try again.
Yep. Yes, I saw a seconder, yeah. A, B, D, E, and F. All right, calling the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? No. Great, that passes. Thank you very much. And moving on to the land.
Actually, Chair McMahon, as I've stated before, I'm against all wastewater this year. So
I beg your pardon.
I'm just going to be continuing that trend. So
I am so sorry I missed you. Would you like your opposition recorded?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. I'll keep
And
a
I
closer
appreciate
eye.
all the work from staff on this. It's I think I've made my feelings clear on wastewater this year. So thank you.
All right. Awesome. Now we will get to the Foundation Land Transfer Agreement. No, sorry, the land transfer as part of the Foundation Agreement. And over to Director Rosenboom.
I'm happy that I'm still a general manager, not the director. But having said that, early 2021, the province transferred lands to the Sechelt Nation. As part of that process, the SRD secured several statutory right-of-ways related to water infrastructure. The SRW for District Lot 2725 outlined that the SRD had the historical land rights to 6 acres of land on the location, and that the location of that land still had to be determined. I will show the map of 2 areas that are currently included in the SRW, and then I'll advance my conversation. So this is the location of our water treatment plant, Chapman Creek. This is the statutory right-of-way for our access, and our water lines are underneath the road. And currently these 2 locations, this one and here on top, are included in the statutory right-of-way. And we have they're both 6 acre in size, and we have until February next year to decide which of the 2 we want to keep and which of the 2 we want to release. At the same time, we're working with the Sechelt Nation and Lehigh Hansen staff to work out if we can find a collaborative solution for our management of our wastewater, of our water treatment residuals. Currently, those are being treated at the location here. We have a land tenure for that area, and a future option is to use a part of this land. However, if we can find a collaborative solution with with Sechelt and Lehigh Nation, we might not need this land in its entirety, or maybe you can use an area up there at the top. So while those discussions are ongoing, the recommendation is to allow staff to finalize and execute a modification agreement to the statutory right-of-way to allow for a decision on which of the two parcels to release to be deferred for 6 months, so that we can complete our discussions with Lehigh and Shishot Nation and make a decision at that time. Thank you very much. And staff are more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Director Seegers.
Thank you. When you're talking about a 6-month extension or the modification agreement, that's 6 months from February, correct?
Yes, that's correct. 6 months after from the current data that's in the statutory right-of-way, which is mid-February.
Thank you. I'll make the recommendations as presented on whatever page number is. Page 56.
Thank you, and I see a seconder. Is there any further discussion of the item on the floor? All right, seeing none, I'm calling the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Fortunately, it's not wastewater. That passes. Thank you so much. Now, at this point, it is 11:39 a.m. I'm going to suggest that we take a break and come back to this meeting at 1 o'clock, because we have another meeting in the interim, and then we can discuss the landfill regulations regarding clear plastic bags and the wild safe report. Okay.
And
thank
the
you.
camera portion.
And the in-camera, yep. Okay, thank you very much,
So
everyone.
motion to recess to 1 o'clock.
Okay, motion to recess. Moved, second. Thank you. Welcome back to the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting of Thursday, December 9th, 2021. We had recessed for a while, and we are now back to consider the potential use of clear plastic bags, which is item 4, Annex B. And I'm going to put it over to staff, please.
Thank you, Chair. Based on the earlier discussions, today staff made some alternative recommendations for the committee to consider. And I will share my screen and so that everybody can read along. Manager Cooper can help me out where, can clarify why, but recommendations number 2 and 3, they are required to be included for the purpose of implementing our food waste ban that the board provided us with direction on earlier. So they are in a way required regardless of the implementation of clear bags or not. These we drafted based on an earlier discussion this morning. We understood that there was some further work required on the privacy bag, on the size of the privacy bags. So that's something that we recommend to include in the implementation plan and to engage further on with the community and with the municipalities to see how that works, what could be implemented, etc. The July 1st date, the reason why we included it is that we're going to do a lot of engagement and outreach and communication anyway for the next couple of months, next 6 months, 7 months, because of the upcoming regulation on disposal of food waste. So it would adding another piece of information to that would be cost efficient. However, that's of course totally up for discussion at the committee.
Okay, committee, discuss. Director Seegers.
Thank you. I take my hand down. Something disappeared. There we go, lower hand, okay. I think personally, and what I've been hearing at the table here is, I think we all like the intent of the clear bags. It is in support of the separation of the recyclable and controlled materials and the organics, and right. It's totally in support of that. But the issues that we have are around. I don't think we know all the implications, right? We're not clear on the implications of that for those who, are using our landfill basically in potentially unique or individual situations. And if we mandate that it's July 1st, I don't think we're right now ready for that. And the other piece is the impact on the commercial, because this does not address what the impact for the commercial users of our landfill will be. At this point, we know that they potentially will have garbage that they can't get rid of. And we're, by mandating that this happen as it is, as we're putting forward here, there's no solution for them. So we are basically setting them up to not be able to be compliant with what we're doing. So I think we are looking at removing the exclusion for residential curbside garbage collection loads, yes. We want to amend the bylaw to require the separation of recyclable and controlled materials, but we need to also revisit what those recyclable and controlled materials are, and the impact of moving to clear bags, and what the options would be for commercial impact and options for commercial users of our landfill. So we do need to do the engagement, including around the use of clear bags, so that we get the information back.
Thank you. And I agree that to set a date that we're going to implement this ahead of consulting people is probably not the wisest thing. GM Rosenboom, your hand is up.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to clarify the fact that the controlled and recyclable materials are as currently listed on page 2 are as they currently are in bylaw 405. And I don't think that, and so that for all of these materials, there are alternative disposal options available for commercial sector. I think by the issue for a lack of disposal options for would be if recyclable materials like plastics and glass containers would be included, and those are currently not included in this list of recyclable materials. So I think currently there are disposal options available for the materials listed on page 2 out of 9. Manager Cooper, do I say something that is going completely out of incorrect? I don't think so, but please correct me.
Thanks for the opportunity. No, that's correct. So the items listed on page 2 are what is currently in bylaw 405. However, the gap is that they do not apply to residential curbside materials. So the 2 recommendations would resolve that. And then the current board direction, which we have a resolution for, is to amend that bylaw to add food waste, food soiled paper, and paper, which would be all sectors would be required to comply with that, which has the start date of July 1st, 2022 with the enforcement. Thank you.
Director Seeger.
Okay, so just for clarity, what you're saying is that the bylaw with the controlled, recyclable and controlled materials is actually based not on what our contract with Recycle BC is, but on what commercial users of our facilities have access to for dealing with those.
Yes, for the recyclable materials, yes. The controlled materials are related to both some that are recyclable and then others that are considered hazardous and we're not allowed to accept at the landfill.
So when we're looking at our contract with Recycle BC, we're actually requesting that homeowners divert other items that are in that contract with Recycle BC, but we're not actually going to enforce, that's the way this is being laid out, we're not actually going to enforce that at the landfill. So we're saying we want you to recycle or divert your glass, your styrofoam, your plastics, but if you throw them in your garbage bag, even your clear garbage bag if we do that, and take it to the landfill, that's okay. That's what we're setting it up to be, because there's no way for commercial to be able to divert those. Is that correct? That's how I'm reading this then.
Thank you for the question. When the regulations are put in place through bylaw 405, so at our sites, it applies to all sectors. So yes, if there is an item that's not listed there, such as glass or styrofoam or film plastics, then they are not required to be separated at the landfill or the transfer station. However, local governments, through their curbside collection bylaws, could add another layer and list other materials, such as the residential packaging and paper products materials that are accepted at the recycling depots. So then they would be enforced by the local governments. at that level, but not at the landfill or the transfer station, based on the current bylaw and the current board direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The first thought here is that I don't believe we've had PMAC input into this yet. We haven't asked them what they think of that. I would hope that it's going to go to them before, it should go to them before we make decisions, actually. Can that happen?
Yes, so should the board support clear bag implementation, regardless of a start date or not, as part of the engagement process, staff would be bringing this forward to PMAC.
Follow up? If I just heard this right, after we make a decision, we ask them if they agree with it then?
In this case, for this process, the staff report has been brought forward to this committee first, then it could be referred to PMAC in sort of that formal process, and we could bring the staff report to PMAC for discussion and then provide their feedback through our minutes and recommendations, which would come back to the committee, which would not happen until February or March based on the timing.
Okay, procedurally here, I'm wondering if we can put this into bite-sized motions or something, rather than trying to fight out the entire motion. It appears to me that the first 3 paragraphs of the proposed motion are not controversial here, or are they?
The third one says use clear bags.
Oh, I beg your pardon. So it's the first 2, and that are not a problem. So I'm wondering if perhaps somebody would like to move those first 2 recommendations, and then we'll wrestle with the rest of it. Would that be a way forward, or do we want to wrestle with the whole thing? Director Seegers.
Thank you. Just a clarification from staff. So if we're looking at the recyclable and controlled lists as on page 2 in our report, we have already given you direction, is what I'm hearing. We've already given you direction to add in organics into those, into the list. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And the purpose of the 2 recommendations relating to the bylaws is procedural, so that we have the board authority to then bring forward an amended bylaw for 405 and 431 that would align with the direction to implement the landfill disposal regulations for both the residential and the commercial sector.
Director Lee.
We have not decided yet what we're doing with organics at the transfer station, and yet it would appear we're going to change a bylaw saying that you can't dispose of organics as solid waste. How would that work? I don't quite understand how that would work.
Thanks for the question. We had a great discussion about this within the last year regarding the Pender Harbour transfer station and food waste drop-off. And it was acknowledged at that time that the board desired to proceed with the July 1st, 2022 implementation, regardless if a Pender Harbour transfer station food waste drop-off option was in place. There was no support to change that date or delay it. For instance, if it was delayed to January 1st, 2023, there definitely would be a food waste drop-off option in Pender in time for that disposal regulation to be there. Right now, based on the bringing forward a budget proposal through the 2022 budget process, we will do our best, but it likely will not be in place by the time July 1st comes around, which would mean if there were loads that staff were able to identify that contained more than 5% food waste or food soil paper, then that load would be subject to the fees as applicable in bylaw 405. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Seegers.
Okay, well, I'm ready to start moving something forward here. Let's see. I take my hand down here. So, staff provided us with a few additional recommendations. So I would like to move that the SCRD landfill site bylaw 405 be amended to remove the exclusion for residential curbside garbage collection loads as of July 1st, 2022, and that the SCRD refuse collection bylaw 431 be amended to require the separation of recyclable and controlled materials as identified in SCRD landfill site bylaw 405 as of July 1st, 2022. Now I'm going to stop there.
And I see a seconder. Thank you. Is there further? I see GM Rosenboom. No? Okay. Don't see further hands, so I'm calling the question. All in favor of the motion on the floor? Any opposed? Len? Director Lee, would you like that recorded?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, so some of the pieces that we are missing here. Jim Rosenboom.
Thank you. To support further discussion, I drafted an alternative draft resolution for your consideration that I will pull up on the screen right now. Oh, this is not the right document. Yes, there. And that staff will engage with the community. You don't see what I see. Okay, stop sharing.
Yeah, it's totally different.
That's better, thank you. And that staff will, the bottom part, and that staff will engage with the community. With the community, I mean, we can refine that. I mean, residents, commercial, non-commercial, on the timing and the conditions of the implementation of a clear bag regulation for the disposal of bag garbage, and provide implementation recommendations by a date to be set by you. This, I thought this would confirm the intent without specifying what the timing and the conditions actually are, and provide some guidance on when something when we need to complete this by. What this would allow us is to, yes, we're going to do a lot of outreach and engagement in the next, prior to June 1st. We can include some of this work in that. So we could bring something back by January 1st, which would be a new board, because bringing something back in Q3 would not be really beneficial because it's just before the election, so you would not make a decision anyway.
Sorry, the timeline that you were suggesting to bring it back is Q1 of 2023?
Yeah.
Okay, that's further out than I had expected.
And the reason is, in Q3, you would not be able, because of the timing of the elections, you won't be able to make any policy decisions. Q4, the board is very brand new installed, so I'm not sure if they can even comprehend fully what we're talking about. So if we bring something forward early Q1 2023, we have the time to actually do thorough conversation without impacting our work plan significantly.
Okay. The only piece I'm seeing missing there is that we have discussed today was operational implications for the SCRD and for our curbside contractor. SCRD, yes, and member municipalities. Yeah, definitely. Okay, Director Seegers.
Thank you. The other piece that I don't see in there either is the commercial impact. Okay, he's madly adding stuff to the recommendation.
I changed now to with residents, commercial sector, and impacted local governments. because this could also have an impact on SHGD.
I'll make
Yes.
that recommendation.
Oh, very good. Do we have a seconder?
And put in the date by
By,
Q1 2023? Does that work?
yeah,
Unless we all get reelected, then we can do it Q4.
by, and
Yeah.
unless a miracle happens and all this happens overnight. Yeah. Okay, do we have a seconder for the motion on the floor?
Second.
Okay, that was Director Beamish. Director, whose hands are up by accident? Okay, Director Toth.
Thanks, Chair. I support the intent. I'm a little concerned about the timeline being so far out. I recognize the operational constraints around election and board, changeover, things like that. But I think there's got to be some way to meet in the middle on this one, because that's another 6 months. Well, regulations would be coming forward for January 1st. So implementation would probably be July 1st, 2023. So that's another year down the road. And I think Director Pratt mentioned that, this is something we really need to be dealing with in this term. And I think that this is something that we've talked about enough of in this term that we're unfortunately becoming garbage experts. And I don't know that it's something we should kick down the road to another board, so I won't be supporting it with the date as is. But I'm not sure what else I would suggest in its place, so I'll just leave it there.
Some of us welcome the opportunity to use up all our black plastic garbage bags. Is there any further discussion? Yeah. It says by. It does not. That's not a hard date. Director Seegers, your hand is up.
Thank you. I'm willing to negotiate on the date. I agree. I don't know inside of, I guess this would be a question to staff then, inside of the consultation you'd be doing with the community, could something be brought back to us before we break in August?
I'll hang on, staff. Director Toth.
Could we be looking at an implementation date of January 1st, 2023, rather than waiting for July 1st for whatever reasons? That gives all of 2022 to do the community consultation, to figure out what policies we need to put in place, to put the policies in place, whether that's, before the August break or before the election or whatever, with an implementation date of January 1st, 2023.
Director Pratt. Wait, before
yeah,
you go.
go to Jim
Okay.
Rizzle before
Yes,
me.
thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity. I had some conversations with Manager Cooper on the sideline. And we could see what we can do prior to the summer, towards by the end of Q2, so that we can provide you at least with an update on the engagement, and then we'll see where we can commit to a report by then. If there's if there's further engagement required or desired at the point in time, we can clarify where we are at the time, what we've done, what is outstanding, and then go from there.
Director Pratt.
I was going to say I'm willing to negotiate on the date too. I don't want to leave things. I think we rely using the election as I don't like the connotations of the word excuse, but using the election as a crutch or anything, the next board's going to have to deal with this regardless. So I'd like to see things move forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I'll jump in, and I would be happy to see a report back. But I think it's too early to set an implementation date when we really haven't, delved into all the exciting details. Director Seeger.
Thank you. Could staff read back the last part of that recommendation that's on the floor right now?
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat? Definitely engage.
I just included it in the chat.
Okay.
And what it currently states is that, and that staff will engage with residents, commercial sector, and impacted local government on the time and condition implementation of a clear bag regulation for the disposal of bag garbage, and provide implementation recommendations by Q2 2022. The implementation recommendations could, for example, just if we identify that further engagement is required, that could also be part of the implementation recommendations.
Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fully in support of the adjusted recommendation. I guess I should move an amendment to the date to say Q2 2022.
Okay, that's seconded, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the amended motion? Yes, the amendment to the motion, yes. Okay, any opposed? Nobody is opposed. Oh, good. All right, so seeing no further hands raised, thank heavens, I am now calling the question on the amended motion. All in favor? Any opposed? Wonderful, that passes. Thank you so much. Now, if we can fairly quickly finish off this agenda, we have one more item, that is the WildSafe BC annual report. And I did ask for comments from the Sunshine Coast Bear Alliance, and they asked whether there is any possibility that the wildlife coordinator could start earlier next year when the bears are emerging from their dens. And I don't know if anybody's prepared to answer that question, but I thought I'd throw it out there.
Thanks for the question. I would have to double check, but I believe the WildSafe program doesn't start until May. And then the timing of the new coordinator and their ability to sort of be out in the community also depends on whether or not we have the same coordinator from the previous year or not. So when we have had the same person, it has expedited and they're out in the community much faster, as opposed to, later May, early June.
Thank you. And they did say very nice things about this year's coordinator and what a great job he did. Any further, Director Hills?
Yes, Chair, thanks. I'm just going on the clear bag issue. There was talking about a budget proposal for staff to support that work. I was just checking there was concerns about the amount of work to do and whether staff had the resources to do the work that they're being directed to do. So I'm just making sure we follow up on that.
Thank you. I think we can include this in our current work plan if we're talking about actual outreach and education for the implementation. That's where maybe some additional support might be required at that time. But given that there is uncertainty about when that will take place, if that will even be next fiscal, I think it would be prudent to delay that.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are seeing no further hands up. We are about to go in camera, so I would like a motion that the public be excluded from attendance at the meeting in accordance with Section 91K of the Community Charter. Negotiations and related discussion respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that, in the view of the council, could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. Whew. Moved. Seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Are there any questions from the public? There is no one in the gallery at present. Okay. 2-minute break while we Well, we reset, yeah. It appears that we're back, judging by the screen on the wall. So, welcome back to the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting of Thursday, December the 9th, 2021, which is finally ending. Is there a motion to adjourn? Moved, seconded, all in favor. Thank you.
See you all in 15 minutes.
14 now.
Oh, Donna, just.
Bye.
Donna, I love your humor.